The mist of a northern fjord hangs thick in the air, a silent witness to secrets carved in stone. Long before they were letters, the Norse runes were living keys to a hidden world of power. This is not a history of an alphabet, but a journey into a profound system of magic and divination. By the end, you will understand how to read the ancient whispers of fate and influence the very fabric of your own story. We will uncover why a simple symbol for cattle held the secret to boundless wealth, and how a mark for ice could freeze time itself. I would love to know, as we begin this exploration together, where you are listening from and what the local time is for you right now. What does the idea of an ancient magical language stir within you? These whispers from the mist eventually formed a complete language of power, known today as the Elder Futhark. Picture 24 unique characters, each one a stark and angular shape designed to be carved deeply into wood, stone, or bone. This was not an alphabet created for casual letters or record keeping, at least not at first. Its primary purpose was far more profound. It was a sacred script for speaking to the unseen forces of the world. The name itself holds a clue. Futhark comes from the sounds of the first 6 runes: Fehu, Uruz, Thurisaz, ansuz-raidho, and Kenaz, much like our word alphabet comes from alpha and beta. This system emerged among the Germanic tribes around the 2nd century after the birth of Christ, a time when the old gods felt very close and the boundaries between the worlds were thin. The runes were not merely written, they were enacted. To carve a rune was to perform a ritual, to physically manifest an intention into the material world. The very act of slicing into wood or scoring stone was believed to release the rune's inherent power, making its magic active and tangible. This is why we find them on weapons for victory, on amulets for protection, and on boundary stones to claim and hallow land. The 24 runes are organized into 3 families of 8, called etir, which translates roughly to families or groups. Each eat is ruled by a specific god and carries a thematic resonance. The first eat, beginning with Fehu, is linked to the god Frey and the fertile, tangible forces of creation and prosperity. The second eat connects to the guardian god Heimdall and themes of challenge, transformation, and the harsh lessons of nature. The final eat belongs to the war god Tyr, dealing with concepts of justice, sacrifice, and the higher order of the cosmos. This structure tells us that the Norse saw the runes not as a random collection, but as a mapped cosmology, a progression from material beginnings to spiritual resolution. So when a rune master selected a symbol, they were not just picking a letter. They were invoking an entire lineage of meaning, a specific current of energy within the great flow of the world tree. To understand this primal energy, we must begin with Fehu. Its shape is stark, a vertical staff with 2 diagonal branches reaching upward like horns or the rising flames of a campfire. The name itself means cattle, and in the ancient North, this was the ultimate form of mobile wealth. Your wealth was not locked in a vault. It walked on 4 legs, it needed care, it could be stolen, and it could multiply. Fehu captures that entire dynamic. It represents raw, fertile, tangible abundance. It is the energy of new beginnings, of resources in motion, of the spark that ignites a venture. This is why it is the first rune of the first Eat, the foundational force from which all other creation flows. It is deeply connected to Frey, the god of sunshine, rain, and bountiful harvests, a deity who governs the peaceful and prosperous aspects of life. In magical practice, Fehu was carved onto tools, etched into coins, or whispered over a new field to invite this fertile energy. A farmer might mark his plow with it, not just for a good harvest, but for the successful trade of that harvest afterward. A trader would invoke it for a profitable journey, protecting the mobile wealth of his goods. But here is the crucial wisdom embedded in this ancient symbol. Fehu's power is untamed. Like a herd of cattle, it requires stewardship. The rune carries a warning within its promise. Wealth that is hoarded stagnates. Wealth that is recklessly spent vanishes. The energy must flow. It must be put to use, shared, or invested to remain alive. Greed is a perversion of Fehu, an attempt to freeze its flowing energy into a static pile, which inevitably leads to loss or conflict. So when this rune appears, it speaks of potential, of raw fuel for your endeavors, but it asks a question. How will you manage this energy? Will you let it flow through your life, creating growth and stability, or will you clutch it too tightly and watch it slip away? It reminds us that true abundance is a living process, not a dead possession. But that fertile energy of Fehu requires a force to channel it, a raw power to shape and direct its flow. This is the domain of Uruz, the second rune, a symbol carved not for comfort but for the sheer, unbreakable will of life itself. Its shape is angular and powerful, like the horns of a great beast thrusting upward. Uruz means aurochs, the massive wild ox that once roamed the forests of Europe, a creature of immense strength, untamed spirit, and formidable presence. This rune is the embodiment of that primal life force. It is not the cultivated wealth of cattle, but the raw, vital energy that makes all life possible. It represents physical health, robust endurance, and the deep instinctual power within every living being. In a world of harsh winters and constant challenge, this was the energy of survival. When invoked, Uruz was a call to tap into your own inner aurochs, to find the strength to push through illness, to endure a long voyage, or to stand firm against any obstacle. Its magic was deeply tied to healing, not gentle healing, but the kind that comes from a sudden surge of vitality, the body's own fierce will to mend and become whole again. A rune master might carve Uruz into a piece of birch wood and place it under the bed of someone who was sick, not as a gentle prayer, but as a conduit for that raw, restorative power. But Uruz is far more than just physical might. It is the catalyst for profound personal transformation. Its energy is chaotic and untamed by nature, representing the necessary breakdown of old patterns to make way for the new. Think of the aurochs charging through the underbrush, clearing a path where none existed. This rune was used in rituals for breaking bad habits, for shattering self-imposed limitations, and for initiating a period of intense personal growth. It is the rune of the warrior, yes, but also of the mother in childbirth, drawing on a deep primal reserve of strength she never knew she had. To work with Uruz is to acknowledge the wildness within you, that untamed core that exists before society, before doubt, before fear. It asks you, when you face a wall in your life, whether you will shrink from it or gather your strength and charge. It reminds us that true transformation is not a polite process. It is often a forceful breaking and remaking, and that within you lies the untamed spirit of the aurochs, ready to answer the call. After the raw life force of Uruz comes a necessary and formidable guardian. Thurisaz, the third rune, sounds like a soft th, and its shape resembles a thorn, a sharp, angular point ready to pierce. Its name holds a world of meaning, translating simultaneously to thorn and to giant, specifically the Thurs, a race of chaotic, primal beings from Norse mythology that existed before the ordered gods. This duality is the very essence of Thurisaz. It is a rune of immense reactive power, embodying both a protective barrier and a destructive force. Think of the thorn on a rose bush. Its primary purpose is not to attack, but to defend the beautiful and fragile life of the flower. It creates a boundary, a natural ward that says, "Come no closer." In this aspect, Thurisaz was one of the most potent runes for defensive magic. Carved around a home's doorway, on the frame of a ship, or onto a personal amulet, it was believed to create an invisible fence of energy, a spiritual thorn hedge that would repel malicious intent, ill fortune, or hostile magic. It did not gently dissuade, it actively defended, turning back harm upon itself. A traveler might etch Thurisaz onto their walking staff, not as a weapon, but as a shield for the journey, a way to ward off the dangers of the wild. Yet every thorn has a point, and every barrier can become a weapon. This is where the giant, the Thurs, comes in. The giants in Norse myth are not just big creatures. They represent the untamed, chaotic forces of nature, the wild frost, the crashing wave, the erupting volcano. They are necessary for the world's existence, but they are in constant tension with the gods of order. Thurisaz channels this chaotic, reactive force. It is the lightning strike, the sudden eruption of anger, the unavoidable crisis that shatters stagnation. When directed outward, this energy can be devastatingly destructive. Historically, it was sometimes carved on weaponry, not to make the blade sharper, but to invoke a sudden, overwhelming force against an enemy, a burst of chaotic power to break their defense. This is why working with Thurisaz requires profound respect and clear intention. It is not a rune to be invoked lightly or for trivial purposes. Its power is reactive, meaning it often amplifies the energy already present in a situation. If you use it from a place of fear or uncontrolled anger, you may not be building a protective fence. You might be summoning a chaotic storm within your own life. It teaches a crucial lesson about boundaries. A healthy boundary, like a thorn, protects your inner space so that growth can happen within. An unhealthy boundary, born of paranoia or rage, becomes a weapon that pushes everyone away and creates isolation. So Thurisaz asks a difficult question. Where in your life do you need to establish a strong protective boundary? And where might you be using defensive energy in a way that creates more chaos than peace? It is the rune of the necessary defense, the awakening shock, and the formidable power that resides at the very edge of order and chaos. Following the formidable defense of Thurisaz, we encounter a rune that opens a channel rather than closes one. Ansuz, the fourth rune, is a direct link to the divine. Its shape is reminiscent of a simplified tree, a vertical line branching into two arms, or perhaps an open mouth ready to speak. This is the rune of the gods, and in particular, it is the sacred symbol of Odin, the All-Father, who sacrificed his own eye at the Well of Wisdom and hung for 9 nights on the world tree to win the runes themselves. Ansuz represents the breath of inspiration, the spoken word that creates reality, and the sudden flash of understanding that seems to come from beyond. Where Thurisaz builds walls, Ansuz opens doors, specifically the doors of perception. It governs all forms of communication, but not the idle chatter of everyday life. This is communication charged with meaning and power. It is the poet's perfect verse, the leader's stirring speech, the wise elder's counsel that changes a life. In the ancient world, the spoken word was a creative and binding force. Oaths spoken aloud were unbreakable, curses carried weight, and blessings held tangible power. Ansuz is the rune that infuses words with this sacred potency. To carve or invoke Ansuz was to call upon Odin's own gift of eloquence and insight. A skald or poet might whisper this rune's name before a performance, asking for the divine breath to flow through him, turning mere story into a transformative experience for the listeners. A chieftain facing a difficult judgment might meditate on Ansuz, seeking not just his own opinion, but a flash of higher wisdom to guide his people. But Ansuz is more than human speech. It is the language of the universe itself, the divine signals we are meant to interpret. This rune represents the omens and signs that the ancients believed were constantly being sent from the spiritual realm. The flight pattern of birds, the whisper of wind through specific trees, the pattern of clouds at a moment of decision, these were all seen as messages written in the fabric of the world, and Ansuz was the key to understanding them. In rituals of divination, ansuz appearing was a powerful indicator. It signified a message from the gods, a direct answer, or a profound insight about to break through. It advised the seeker to listen, not just with their ears, but with their entire being, to pay attention to dreams, sudden thoughts, or unexpected encounters, for the divine was trying to speak. Practically, one might carve ansuz onto a talisman to improve learning and memory, or to find the right words in a crucial conversation. It was used in rituals to honor the ancestors, acting as a bridge to their wisdom, or to open oneself to receive inspiration from the muse. The danger of ansuz, however, lies in misunderstanding its source. This is not the rune of the ego's cleverness. It is the rune of received wisdom. To claim its inspirational flashes as solely your own invention is to misuse its gift. It teaches that true wisdom often feels given, not manufactured, and that the most powerful communication happens when we become a clear vessel for a message greater than ourselves. So when you seek an answer, when you struggle to find your voice, or when the world seems silent, ansuz asks you to become still and listen. The message may come as a whisper on the wind, a sudden knowing in your heart, or the perfect word finally arriving on your tongue. A channel to the divine is of little use without a path to walk. Raidho, the fifth rune, provides that essential road. Its shape is elegantly simple, an angular letter R that unmistakably resembles a wheel in motion, or a stylized chariot seen from above. This is the rune of the journey in every sense of the word. Its name translates directly to riding or wagon, the primary means of long-distance travel for the Norse. But Raidho's meaning runs far deeper than a simple cart ride. It represents the very concept of movement, rhythm, and right action. It is the rune of the path itself and the conscious choice to walk it. In a world defined by voyages, raids, migrations, and trade routes, the journey was not just an event, it was a central metaphor for life. Raidho encapsulates this worldview. It speaks to physical travel, yes, for a safe sea crossing or a prosperous merchant's trek, but more importantly, it governs the spiritual and ethical journey of an individual. It is about progression, forward motion, and the natural rhythms that guide all things, from the turning of the seasons to the beat of a heart. This rune carries a profound sense of cosmic order, the Old Norse concept of Uruz, the layer of fate that is woven and unchangeable. Raidho does not fight this order, it aligns with it. It is the rune for finding your rightful place within the great pattern and moving through it with purpose and grace. In practical magic, Raidho was a traveler's essential companion. A voyage rune, it would be carved onto the hull of a ship, etched into a saddle, or marked on a walking stick. This was not merely a prayer for good weather, but an invocation to align the entire journey with the right rhythm, to ensure every step or wave carried one closer to their destined harbor, and to ward against the chaos of getting lost or sidetracked by misfortune. Its power extended to legal journeys as well. In the Norse thing or assembly, where disputes were settled and laws were made, Raidho's energy was invoked for justice. It represented the right process, the fair hearing, the idea that if all parties followed the proper path of argument and evidence, a just outcome would naturally be reached. To carve Raidho on a piece of wood brought to a legal proceeding was to call for the proceedings to move smoothly and rightly toward a true verdict. On a personal level, Raidho is the rune of rhythm and routine. It asks, are you in sync with your own life? Is there a harmonious flow to your days, or are you struggling against the current? It counsels that sometimes progress is not about brute force, but about finding the natural tempo and moving with it. Think of a wheel. To move a heavy load, you do not lift it, you place it on a cart and set the wheels turning. Raidho advises a similar strategy. Identify the right vehicle for your goals, find the rhythm that creates momentum, and then commit to the journey. It warns against stagnation and procrastination, but also against reckless, directionless speed. A wheel spinning wildly off its axle goes nowhere. The journey must have direction. So when you feel stuck, when a project has lost its way, or when you face a crossroads, Raidho's ancient symbol asks a clarifying question. Are you taking the right path or merely a convenient one? It reminds us that every choice sets a direction, and that a life of meaning is not a static possession, but a voyage taken one deliberate, rhythmic turn of the wheel at a time. Yet every journey needs a guiding light in the darkness. This is the sacred role of Kenaz, the sixth rune, whose angular shape glows like a flaming torch held aloft. Its name means torch or beacon, and it represents a very specific kind of fire, not the wildfire of destruction, but the controlled, cherished flame that pushes back the night. Kenaz is the rune of inner illumination, the spark of genius, and the warm, guiding light of practical knowledge. Where ansuz was the divine breath of inspiration from the gods, Kenaz is the human capacity to take that inspiration and craft it into something tangible and beautiful. It is the fire in the heart of the artisan, the light in the mind of the scholar, and the passionate warmth that fuels a deep and abiding love. This rune governs all forms of creative expression, from the blacksmith forging a sword to the poet weaving a saga. Its magic was invoked to master a craft, to learn a complex skill with hands and mind working in harmony. A student of runecraft themselves might meditate on Kenaz before attempting to carve, seeking not just to cut symbols, but to truly understand their essence and imbue them with living power. But Kenaz is more than just artistic skill. It is the light of clarity in a time of confusion. Imagine being lost in a dense, fog-shrouded forest. The chaotic fire of panic is useless. It only burns what little you can see. But a single, steady torch cuts through the gloom, revealing the path at your feet and the shapes of the trees around you. Kenaz is that torch. In magic, it was used to illuminate hidden truths, to solve mysteries, and to bring understanding to situations clouded by deception or fear. Someone facing a perplexing problem or a difficult decision might carve Kenaz onto a small piece of pine, holding it as they contemplated their options, asking for the inner light to see the situation clearly, free from emotion or illusion. This rune also holds a deeply transformative, almost alchemical energy. It is the gentle, sustained heat of the hearth that transforms raw food into a nourishing meal, or the controlled fire of the forge that turns ore into a useful tool. In this way, Kenaz represents the power of transformation through applied knowledge and patient effort. It is not a sudden blast, but a steady burn that refines and perfects. This connects to its role in kindling and sustaining passion, whether for a craft, a pursuit, or a relationship. It is the cozy, intimate fire around which stories are shared and bonds are strengthened, the opposite of a raging, consuming blaze. The wisdom of Kenaz lies in its distinction from destructive fire. It teaches that the most powerful light is not the brightest explosion, but the flame you can carry with you, that you can shield from the wind, and that you can use to see your own hands at work. It asks a beautiful question. What darkness in your life needs not to be attacked, but simply illuminated? What skill have you been longing to master? What creative idea is waiting for the spark of your focused attention? Kenaz reminds us that we each carry an inner torch, and that by tending its flame with care, we can not only find our own way, but become a beacon for others lost in the same dark woods. The guiding light of Kenaz reveals not only our path, but often the presence of another traveler upon it. When two paths cross, a new and powerful energy emerges, symbolized by the stark and simple shape of an X. This is Gebo, the seventh rune, the sacred mark of the gift. Its meaning is deceptively simple, for it holds within it one of the most profound and binding principles of the ancient North. Gebo does not represent a casual present or a one-way transaction. It embodies the entire concept of sacred exchange, the invisible thread of energy that connects giver and receiver in a bond of mutual obligation and respect. The X is not a signature, it is a crossing point, a place where two separate forces meet and create something new through their interaction. This is the rune of balance, partnership, and the unbreakable contracts that form the glue of any society. In a world where survival often depended on community, the giving and receiving of gifts was a serious matter, a social and spiritual act with deep consequences. A chieftain gifted arm rings to his warriors, not as payment, but as a visible symbol of their bond. In return, they gifted him their loyalty and service. This was not commerce, it was a sacred cycle. Gebo's energy governed these exchanges, ensuring they were entered into freely and with honor on both sides. To carve Gebo into an object given as a pledge or onto a contract stone was to invoke this sacred principle. it called upon the witnesses, both human and divine, to see that this exchange created a living connection, and that to break the terms would be to sever something holy. This principle extended far beyond material goods. The most powerful gifts are often intangible, a gift of trust, of time, of forgiveness, or of deep understanding. In relationships, Gebo's presence signifies a healthy balance of giving and receiving, where neither party feels drained nor indebted, but where a dynamic flow of energy strengthens the bond. A ritual of offering to the gods or the land spirits was also an act of Gebo. You gave your meat, your bread, your finest carving, not to bribe the divine, but to participate in the great exchange, acknowledging that you have received the gifts of life and fertility and are returning energy back into the cycle. This rune carries a crucial and often challenging wisdom. Every true gift creates an obligation, but not a debt in the modern sense. The obligation is not to repay with an identical object, but to honor the connection that has been created and to keep the energy in motion. If someone gives you a great kindness, the proper response is not necessarily to return the exact same kindness to them, but to extend that generosity forward in your own way, perhaps to someone else entirely. This is how the sacred exchange expands and strengthens the entire web of community. The danger, of course, lies in imbalance. A gift given with strings attached, with manipulation or a sense of superiority, corrupts Gebo's energy. It becomes a chain, not a connection. Similarly, a person who only takes and never gives breaks the cycle, isolating themselves from the flow of reciprocal energy that sustains life. So when you consider the relationships and exchanges in your own world, Gebo asks a reflective question. Where are the connections in your life balanced, filled with mutual respect and free-flowing energy? And where might an exchange have become stagnant, weighted with unspoken expectation, or severed entirely? This ancient X reminds us that we are all nodes in a vast network of giving and receiving, and that our greatest strength lies not in what we hoard, but in what we willingly and honorably place into another's hands. But the sacred exchange of Gebo finds its most beautiful reward in Wunjo, a rune shaped like a proud banner waving gently in a clear sky. This is the rune of joy, but not the fleeting happiness of a momentary pleasure. Wunjo represents a deeper, more resonant state, the profound bliss and perfect harmony that comes when everything in your life finally aligns. It is the feeling of homecoming after a long and difficult journey, the warmth of true fellowship around a hearth, and the quiet, personal contentment of knowing you are exactly where you are meant to be. After the struggles, defenses, journeys, and careful exchanges represented by the earlier runes, Wunjo is the glorious arrival, the reward earned through effort and integrity. Its name is linked to our modern word wonder, and it carries that sense of joyful awe. In the harsh landscape of the ancient North, such harmony was not taken for granted. It was a hard-won treasure. This rune symbolizes the moment the scattered pieces of a life click into place, creating a picture of wholeness. It speaks to communal joy, the powerful bond of a family, tribe, or group of friends united in purpose and mutual support. There is no loneliness in Wunjo's energy, only the deep satisfaction of belonging. On a personal level, it signifies inner peace, the alignment of your desires with your actions, and the fulfillment that comes from living in accordance with your true self. In magical practice, Wunjo was a powerful tool for healing. It was used specifically to mend broken relationships and social rifts. Imagine two friends or family members who have quarreled, creating a cold silence between them. Carving Wunjo onto two pieces of wood, perhaps from the same branch, and bringing them together in a ritual, was an act of calling back the spirit of harmony, of reminding both parties of the joy their connection once held and could hold again. It was not about forcing a resolution, but about creating an energetic space where reconciliation could naturally blossom. Beyond healing, Wunjo was invoked to attract positive social connections into one's life. For someone feeling isolated or seeking their tribe, this rune acted as a beacon. It would be carved on a personal amulet or meditated upon with the intention of drawing kindred spirits, people who would resonate with your true nature and contribute to a circle of mutual support and joy. It teaches that fellowship is a magnetic force, and by cultivating your own inner harmony, you naturally attract harmonious relationships. Perhaps its most profound use, however, was in the cultivation of inner contentment. The Norse worldview was starkly realistic about life's hardships, making the conscious cultivation of joy a vital skill, almost a spiritual discipline. Wunjo reminds us that joy is not something that merely happens to you. It is a state you can choose to nurture and invite. This might involve creating beauty in your surroundings, taking time for music and celebration, or simply practicing gratitude for the small harmonies in your daily life. To work with Wunjo is to actively seek out and amplify the threads of joy, weaving them into the fabric of your existence. It asks a gentle but powerful question. Where in your life have you earned a moment of harmony, and are you allowing yourself to fully feel and celebrate it? This rune assures us that after every storm of Thurisaz, every long road of raidho, and every careful exchange of Gebo, there awaits a clear sky and the warm, welcoming glow of a banner flying high, a symbol that joy is not just a hope, but a rightful destination. Yet the perfect harmony of Wunjo cannot last forever, for the sky that holds its banner can also unleash a storm. This is the domain of Hagalaz, the 9th rune, a stark symbol that resembles a jagged six-pointed snowflake or a hailstone caught in a violent descent. Its name means hail, and it embodies the very essence of sudden, disruptive change that arrives with the force of nature. Where Wunjo is the warm hearth, Hagalaz is the howling wind that rattles the shutters. It represents those events that come without warning, shattering our carefully built routines and comfortable illusions like a hailstorm decimating a field of ripe grain. This rune is not about gentle transition or planned progress. It is about elemental force, the kind that reminds us we are not in control of the larger patterns of the world. In the ancient north, a hailstorm at the wrong time could mean the difference between a full winter storehouse and famine. Hagalaz captures that raw, impersonal power. It is the unexpected diagnosis, the sudden job loss, the relationship ending without discussion, the natural disaster that changes a landscape in an afternoon. Its energy is not malicious, but it is utterly indifferent to our personal desires. It simply is a force of nature acting according to its own laws. In this indifference lies its strange, paradoxical purpose. Hagalaz is a rune of necessary destruction, just as a forest fire, while terrifying, clears away dead undergrowth to allow for new seedlings. The hail of Hagalaz breaks apart stagnant, rigid, or unhealthy patterns that have outlived their usefulness. It forces a clearing, that comfortable but unfulfilling job you were clinging to, the toxic habit you kept justifying, the belief about yourself that was holding you back. These are the structures that Hagalaz comes to shatter. The process is never pleasant. It feels like chaos, loss, and sometimes despair, but the rune asks us to look deeper. What is being cleared away to make space for something new? In divination, drawing Hagalaz is a powerful and often sobering sign. It rarely indicates a minor inconvenience. It points to a major, unavoidable upheaval already in motion or swiftly approaching. The message is not to panic, but to prepare. It advises against futile resistance, like shaking your fist at a thundercloud. Instead, it counsels a profound internal shift, to find your core strength, to secure what truly matters, and to understand that you are being forced through a transformative gateway. Fighting the storm only exhausts you, surviving it makes you stronger. This rune reminds the seeker that some forms of growth are only possible after a period of violent breaking. In magical practice, Hagalaz was used with great caution and respect, precisely because its energy was so potent and non-discriminatory. It was not a tool for petty revenge or causing random misfortune, as such misuse was believed to rebound upon the caster with triple force. Its legitimate use was for breaking apart truly intractable situations, like a deeply ingrained curse, a generational pattern of suffering, or a social stagnation that was poisoning a community. A rune master might inscribe Hagalaz onto a piece of ice and let it melt away in a flowing stream, symbolizing the desire to break apart a frozen, unchanging problem and allow its energy to dissipate naturally. On a personal level, one might meditate on Hagalaz when feeling utterly stuck, consciously asking for the old, crumbling structures within their life to be cleared away, even if the process was frightening. To work with this rune is to acknowledge that sometimes we need the storm. It asks a difficult but vital question. What in your life has become so rigid, so stagnant, or so false that it would take an act of nature to change it? And if that hail begins to fall, will you see it only as destruction, or can you glimpse, through the icy torrent, the cleared and fertile field that awaits on the other side? After the hailstorm of Hagalaz clears the field, a new and more personal kind of friction emerges. Nauthiz is the rune of raw need, its shape like two stark lines crossed in conflict, a symbol of resistance that feels both urgent and inescapable. This is not the impersonal storm from the sky, but the grinding pressure of survival rising from within, the primal spark that ignites when you are pushed against a wall. Its name translates directly to need or necessity, and it embodies the harsh but vital truth that growth is often born from constraint. In the unforgiving north, need was a constant companion, the cold that demanded fire, the hunger that drove the hunt, the scarcity that inspired ingenuity. Nauthiz represents that driving force. It is the friction of a bowstring against an arrow, the tension necessary to launch it forward. Without this resistance, there is no direction, no power, no movement. This rune teaches that need is not a sign of failure, but the fundamental catalyst for all human achievement. It connects deeply to our survival instincts, that sharp, focused state of mind where all distractions fall away and every sense is honed on a single vital goal. When you are truly in need, you discover resources within yourself you never knew you possessed. A person lost in a winter forest, their need for warmth and shelter becomes a brilliant, all-consuming focus, guiding their hands to build a fire from almost nothing. That is the energy of Nauthiz. In magical practice, this rune was a tool for endurance, not escape. It was not used to make hardship disappear, but to forge the inner strength to withstand it. A warrior facing a long siege might carve Nauthiz into his bread or his shield, not as a charm for an easy victory, but as a reminder to embrace the hardship, to let the pressure of the situation forge his resolve into something unbreakable. A farmer during a drought might etch it near his well, focusing his will on the deep, unseen waters, aligning his own need with the earth's hidden resources. The power of Nauthiz lies in its ability to clarify. When life is easy, our wants are scattered and vague. But when true necessity presses down, it burns away everything that is non-essential, revealing the core of what we actually require to survive and then to thrive. This rune acts as a ruthless mirror, asking, what do you truly need? Not what do you desire, or what does society tell you to want, but what is absolutely necessary for your physical, emotional, or spiritual survival right now. The answer is often startlingly simple: shelter, sustenance, purpose, a single step forward. By identifying that core need, you transform vague anxiety into directed action. This is where Nauthiz reveals its most creative aspect, the spark born from resistance. Constraint is the mother of innovation. When you have limited tools, you learn to use them in new ways. When a path is blocked, you discover another route. The immense pressure of need creates the heat and friction that can forge entirely new solutions. Think of the first person who, in desperate need of warmth, learned to strike a spark from flint. Their necessity did not just create a fire, it created a technology that changed humanity. Nauthiz encourages this mindset. It asks you to look at the constraints in your life, not as prison walls, but as the raw materials for your next creation. The budget that feels too tight becomes the catalyst for a brilliant, frugal invention. The lack of traditional education forces a deeper, more experiential form of learning. The limitation of time teaches ruthless prioritization. To work with Nauthiz is to stop fighting the friction and start using it. It is to lean into the resistance until it becomes the very thing that propels you forward. So when you feel the pinch of need, the grind of a difficult situation, or the frustration of a seemingly immovable limit, this ancient crossed symbol asks a transformative question. Will you see this constraint as your enemy, or will you accept its harsh gift, allowing this necessary friction to ignite the spark that lights your way? The spark born from necessity can be extinguished by a single silent force. Issa, the 11th rune, is that force. Its shape is the simplest and most stark of all, a single, unwavering vertical line. It is a pillar of ice, a frozen waterfall, the absolute stillness of a lake locked in winter. This rune means ice, and it governs the principle of stasis. Where every other rune we have explored involves motion, change, or flow, Issa is the great pause. It represents a complete halt, a concentration of energy so intense that all movement ceases. Its power is one of blocking, preservation, and deep, cold introspection. In the natural world, ice is a paradox. It can preserve food through the barren months, keeping life in suspended animation. Yet that same ice can halt the progress of a ship, freeze the life from a plant, and lock the land in a silent, unmoving grip. Issa holds the same dual nature. On one hand, it is a vital tool for creating a necessary pause. Imagine a situation spiraling into chaos, a heated argument where words are becoming weapons. Invoking Issa's energy is like throwing a bucket of cold water on a fire, not to destroy the fire forever, but to stop its destructive spread instantly. It creates a moment of frozen silence in which everyone must stop, breathe, and reassess. In magic, Issa was used precisely for this purpose, to halt negative influences in their tracks. If someone felt they were under a psychic attack or caught in a wave of bad luck, they might carve Issa on a piece of ice or a cold stone, visualizing the harmful energy freezing solid and becoming powerless. It acts as a spiritual barrier, a wall of pure stillness that advancing chaos cannot penetrate. This rune also provides the gift of deep concentration. In a world of constant distraction, Issa's energy can be called upon to freeze out the mental noise. It is the rune of the scholar who needs to focus on a single text, the artist who must block the world to enter the flow of creation, or anyone who needs to turn their attention entirely inward. It facilitates a state of profound introspection where external motion stops so that internal understanding can crystallize. Furthermore, Issa has a preservative quality. Just as ice keeps meat from spoiling, Issa's energy can be used to maintain a current state, to prevent decay or unwanted change. A couple wanting to preserve the harmony of their relationship in a time of external stress might use Issa symbolically, not to freeze their growth, but to protect their bond from corrosive outside forces. A community might invoke it to maintain peace during a tense political standoff, creating a temporary stasis to prevent violence. But here lies the core warning of this potent rune. Ice is not meant to last forever. The danger of Issa is in its seductive stillness. Prolonged stasis becomes stagnation. A pause for reflection that never ends is simply avoidance. The cold concentration that blocks out pain can also freeze out joy and human connection, leading to emotional isolation and a heart grown cold. In a reading, Issa often appears as a clear message: something in your life has stopped. A project is frozen, a relationship has hit a standstill, communication has iced over. The rune asks you to diagnose the nature of this freeze. Is this a necessary and protective pause, a chance to gather yourself and plan your next move? Or is it a dangerous stagnation, where fear or complacency has you trapped in a situation that no longer serves life? Working with Issa requires brutal honesty. It teaches that not all motion is progress, and sometimes the wisest action is deliberate inaction. Yet it also warns that life is a river, and to remain a frozen block in its flow is to reject the very essence of being. So when you encounter a wall of ice in your path, Issa's single stark line poses a challenging question. Do you need to use this stillness to preserve, to protect, and to focus? Or is it time to call upon the next rune's power, to find the gentle but persistent thaw that will get the waters moving once more? The persistent freeze of Issa cannot hold back the turning of the great wheel. When the ice finally does thaw, it nourishes the soil for the promise embodied in Jera, a rune whose gentle, symmetrical shape mirrors the endless cycle of the seasons. This is the rune of the harvest, and its very name means year, representing the complete, patient cycle of growth from seed to fruition. Where Issa is the absolute pause, Jera is the slow, inevitable turn. Its power is not in force or speed, but in perfect natural timing and the promise of a just reward. The symbol itself looks like two connected hooks, or perhaps two bent stalks of grain leaning against one another, a visual representation of partnership between effort and outcome, between planting and reaping. This rune teaches the most fundamental law of the natural world, and by extension, the spiritual one: you will reap what you sow. But it adds a crucial dimension to that ancient wisdom: the harvest always comes in its own season, not a moment sooner. Jera is the embodiment of cosmic patience and natural justice. It governs the rhythms that are larger than any individual, the turning of the year, the phases of the moon, the tides of growth and rest that govern all living things. In the ancient North, survival was literally tied to this cycle. You planted in spring, tended through summer, and harvested in autumn, with the understanding that a rushed harvest yielded nothing but green, useless stalks. This rune encapsulates that deep trust in the process. It reassures that every action, every intention, every seed of effort planted in the past will eventually come to fruition. The outcome may not look exactly as you imagined, but the energy you put into the world returns to you, transformed by time. In magical practice, Jera was the essential rune for any long-term endeavor. A farmer would carve it on a plow or a storage bin, not as a demand for immediate bounty, but as an act of alignment, a prayer to synchronize his work with the generous rhythm of the earth itself. For projects that required sustained effort, like building a home, writing a saga, or mastering a craft, Jera was invoked to bless the process, to ensure that each small daily effort would accumulate into a worthy result. It was a rune against discouragement, a reminder that the silent period of growth beneath the soil is just as vital as the day the grain finally turns gold. This connects directly to its role in justice and fair outcomes. The Norse concept of justice was deeply tied to this natural law of cause and effect. A good action created a positive result. A harmful action bred its own consequence, often in ways that unfolded over time, like a seed growing in darkness. Jera was used in legal matters to ensure that judgments were fair and that the resolution of a dispute would restore balance, allowing the community to move forward into a new cycle of peace. To carve Jera at a thing or assembly was to ask that the decision made would be as right and timely as the harvest moon. On a personal level, Jera asks for profound self-honesty. It invites you to look at the seeds you have been planting in your own life. What have you been diligently tending, and what have you perhaps neglected or sown with careless anger or fear? This rune does not deal in instant miracles. It deals in the slow, powerful magic of cumulative effect. If you feel stuck in a barren period, Jera gently suggests you examine the quality of the seeds you planted seasons ago. Conversely, if you are enjoying a time of abundance, it counsels gratitude and the wise sharing of that bounty, for that act itself becomes the seed for the next cycle. To work with Jera is to cultivate a farmer's heart, to learn the deep satisfaction of patient labor and the faith that the sun and rain will do their part in due time. It is the antidote to the modern hunger for instant results. So when you are midway through a long journey, when a dream seems distant, or when you wonder if your efforts will ever bear fruit, this rune of the cyclical year offers a quiet, powerful assurance. The harvest is not an event, it is a season that arrives only after the full turn of the wheel, rewarding not just your labor, but your patience and your trust in the rhythm of life itself. But the patient cycle of Jera is rooted in something far more ancient and enduring. Ihwez is the rune of the yew tree, a symbol carved not for growth or harvest, but for the timeless strength that exists between death and life. Its shape is angular and balanced, like a double-ended arrow or the bare branches of an evergreen against a winter sky. This rune represents a profound truth. The most resilient force is not the one that never breaks, but the one that has died and been reborn from its own core. The yew tree is sacred across many ancient cultures for this very reason. It is incredibly long-lived, often existing for thousands of years, but its magic lies in its growth pattern. As a yew ages, its central heartwood dies and decays, yet the tree does not fall. Instead, it continues to grow outward from this hollow core, sending new branches up from its own roots, literally regenerating from itself. Ihwez captures this entire cycle, death as a necessary part of sustained life, and resilience forged not in spite of decay, but because of it. This makes Ihwez the rune of transformation at the deepest level, the kind that requires a part of you to end so that a wiser, stronger version can emerge from the same roots. Its connection to Yggdrasil, the great world tree of Norse cosmology, is direct and powerful. While Yggdrasil is often depicted as an ash, many scholars believe its description, evergreen and self-renewing, points to the yew. Yggdrasil is the axis of all worlds, its roots delving into the realms of the dead and its branches holding the homes of the gods. Ihwez, then, is the rune of this cosmic axis. It is the channel that connects the upper and lower worlds, a pathway for spiritual journeying and accessing hidden realms of knowledge. This is not a journey for the faint of heart, for it often involves confronting what lies in the roots, our own shadows, our fears, and our understanding of mortality. In practical magic, Ihwez was a rune of supreme protection, but not a shield that blocks. Instead, it offers the protection of the yew tree, a resilient, bending strength that absorbs shock and stands firm because it is rooted in eternity. A warrior might carve Ihwez on his bow, for yew wood was the finest material for bows, the weapon that requires flexibility and tension to project force. This was not just a practical choice, it was symbolic, aligning the warrior's spirit with the tree's enduring power, making him a channel for focused, resilient force. More profoundly, Ihwez was used in rituals for spiritual journeying or seder. A Volva or Cirrus might hold a staff of yew carved with this rune as she entered a trance state. Ihwez acted as her compass and her vessel, grounding her in her physical body while allowing her consciousness to travel down the world tree's roots to consult with ancestors or up its branches to receive visions. It provided safe passage, ensuring the traveler could return to their body, transformed by the journey but not lost in it. For everyday life, Iwez is the ultimate rune for fostering resilience. It speaks directly to our fear of endings, of failure, of death in all its forms, the death of a relationship, a career, an old identity. This rune does not promise to spare you that experience. Instead, it offers the yew tree's wisdom that within you is a hollow core, a place where something has died or must die. And from that very place, if you are willing to stand in the decay without collapsing, new growth will inevitably emerge, drawing strength from the deep roots of your past experiences. To work with Iwez is to meditate on what needs to be released, not with despair, but with the understanding that this release is the prerequisite for a more authentic and enduring version of yourself. It asks a courageous question: what in your life has served its purpose and now needs to die back, so that you can grow anew from your own timeless roots. From the timeless roots of the yew tree, we turn to a vessel that holds the seeds of what is yet to be. Perthro, a rune shaped like a cup tipped on its side, is the sacred dice cup of the Norns themselves. This symbol holds the mysteries of fate, not as a rigid path, but as a collection of hidden possibilities waiting to be drawn. Its name is often translated as lot cup or dice cup, the very container from which lots were cast in games of chance and in solemn rituals to discern the will of the gods. Where Iwez is the enduring axis, Perthro is the unpredictable tumble of the pieces upon it. This rune does not represent chaos, but the hidden mechanics of destiny, the secret workings of Weird, the Norse concept of a web of cause and effect that is constantly being woven. It is the rune of the unknown, of secrets yet to be revealed, and of the thrilling, sometimes terrifying element of pure chance that runs through every life. In divination, drawing Perthro is a powerful and enigmatic moment. It is often called the rune of mystery. Its appearance signals that hidden forces are at play, that there is more to the situation than meets the eye, and that a revelation is pending. It asks the seeker to look beyond the surface, to pay attention to dreams, intuitions, and subtle signs, for the answers are not in plain view, but are held in the cup, waiting for the right moment to spill forth. It can indicate a time of good fortune, a lucky break, but one that feels fated or strangely aligned, as if the dice of the universe have rolled in your favor. Conversely, it can warn of unforeseen twists, of factors outside your control coming into play. The key message of Perthro is that you are not seeing the full picture, and to proceed with a sense of curiosity rather than rigid certainty. It is the rune that whispers, wait and see what the cup reveals. This connection to hidden knowledge made Perthro central to rituals of seeking. Avalva or Cirrus might inscribe Perthro on her own ritual cup before casting the runes, asking it to act as a conduit for clear, unfiltered truth from the well of fate. For someone grappling with a secret, whether an external mystery or an internal truth they were avoiding, meditating on Perthro was a way to gently shake the cup of their own subconscious, allowing buried insights to rise to the surface. It was also used in attempts to influence luck, but not by demanding a specific outcome. Instead, the ritual was an act of alignment. By carving perthro and holding it while focusing on a venture, one was essentially placing their intention into the hands of fate, asking to be receptive to whatever fortune the Norns had woven for them. It was an acknowledgement that while we can prepare and act, the final roll of the dice belongs to a power greater than ourselves. This power is the domain of the Norns, the three mighty beings who sit at the base of Yggdrasil. Urd, Verdandi, and Skald represent what was, what is becoming, and what shall be. They constantly weave the tapestry of Weird from the threads of every action, every choice, every life. Perthro is intimately connected to their work. The Lot Cup is their tool. Imagine them reaching into a vast vessel, pulling forth the threads of possibility that will become the next moment of reality for gods and humans alike. Perthro reminds us that our fate is not a single pre-written scroll, but a living tapestry, and that every choice we make adds a new thread, changing the pattern in ways both seen and unseen. To work with this rune is to engage consciously with that weaving. It asks you to consider the threads you are currently spinning with your thoughts and actions, and to release your need to control exactly how the final pattern will look. Sometimes the most beautiful part of the design comes from a thread you never saw coming, drawn from the deep, mysterious cup of what is yet to be. The hidden possibilities within Perthro's cup require a guardian to ensure they unfold safely. Elgis stands as that unwavering protector, its shape a stark and powerful image, like a hand raised in a halting gesture or the grand sweeping antlers of an elk. This is the rune of active, instinctual defense, a symbol that does not merely block harm, but radiates a sacred boundary, a living barrier between the vulnerable self and the chaos of the outer world. Its name is thought to relate to the elk, an animal revered in the north for its majesty, keen senses, and formidable antlers, which are both a crown and a weapon. Elgis embodies this dual nature, a power that is simultaneously noble, alert, and fiercely protective. Where Thurisaz was a sharp thorn, a reactive defense, Elgis is a proactive shield, a constant, raised awareness that surrounds and safeguards. Its energy is often described as the divine hand of the gods reaching down to shelter their followers, or the innate hair-raising instinct that warns you of danger a moment before you see it. This rune connects the human realm directly to the protective powers of the divine, particularly to the god Heimdall, the ever-vigilant watchman of the gods who guards the rainbow bridge Bifrost. Heimdall needs less sleep than a bird, can see for 100 leagues by day or night, and can hear the grass growing on the earth and the wool on a sheep. Elgis channels this hyper-vigilance. It is not about paranoia, but about a sacred and heightened state of awareness, an alignment with the natural warning systems of your own spirit and the guardian forces of the universe. In practical magic, ansuz was the most commonly used rune for creating protective spaces. It was carved over doorways and on window frames, not just as a symbol, but as an active invocation. The act of carving was a ritual of drawing an energetic line around a home, a barn, or a person, declaring this space under the watchful guard of the elk and the gods. Travelers would paint or scratch ansuz on their foreheads or on their ship's prows, seeking to move through the world within a mobile bubble of this protective energy, warding off both physical dangers like storms or raiders and spiritual threats like curses or ill will. Its power was also invoked to call upon personal guardian spirits or ancestral protectors. By meditating on ansuz, a person could strengthen their connection to these unseen allies, envisioning the rune's shape as a conduit through which protective energy could flow into their life. A mother might whisper the rune's name over a sleeping child, visualizing a canopy of elk antlers arching over the crib, a shield woven from instinct and love. Yet, like all powerful forces, ansuz has a shadow side, revealed when the rune appears inverted or reversed in a casting. An upright ansuz is a hand raised in blessing and defense. An inverted ansuz is that same hand slipping, a shield lowered at a crucial moment. This position does not signify an attack, but rather a hidden vulnerability. It warns of a protection that has failed, been withdrawn, or was never properly established in the first place. It can indicate a person who feels spiritually exposed, separated from their usual sources of strength or divine guidance. Perhaps they have neglected their instincts, repeatedly ignoring that inner voice that says something is wrong. Or maybe they have taken foolish risks, venturing into situations, whether emotional or physical, where they have no natural defense. The inverted ansuz is an urgent message to re-establish your boundaries, to check the integrity of your spiritual shields, and to ask where in your life you might be dangerously overextended or unaware. It asks, where have you dropped your guard? The profound lesson of ansuz, therefore, is that true protection is not a passive state, but a dynamic relationship. It requires your participation. You must raise your own hand. You must cultivate your awareness like the elk listening in the forest, and you must consciously invoke and maintain your connection to whatever you consider sacred. This rune does not promise a life without challenge, but it offers the tools to meet those challenges from a place of centered strength, surrounded by an energy that says, this far and no farther. To work with ansuz is to acknowledge your own sacred space and to take responsibility for its guardianship, knowing that within its bounds you are free to grow, dream, and let the secrets from Perthro's cup safely unfold. The protective vigilance of ansuz clears a space where a different kind of power can finally rise, one that does not need to hide or defend. Sowillo is that radiant ascent, a rune whose shape slashes like a lightning bolt across the sky, an unmistakable symbol of the sun itself. This is the rune of wholeness, of total victory, and of the life-giving energy that leaves no shadow untouched. Its name resonates with our word solar, and it carries all the immense, unstoppable power of that celestial body. Where other runes may represent struggle, patience, or defense, Sowilo is pure, undiluted success. It is the moment the clouds part after a long storm, and the world is suddenly bathed in brilliant, clarifying light. This rune does not suggest or hope for a good outcome. It guarantees it, representing the natural, inevitable triumph of light over darkness, of clarity over confusion, and of vital energy over stagnation. In the northern world, where winter nights could stretch on endlessly, the return of the sun was not just a change in weather, it was the return of life itself. Sowilo captures that profound existential relief and joy. Its energy is active, masculine, and direct, associated with the sun as a warrior who crosses the sky each day, defeating the forces of night. This connects it to concepts of honor, integrity, and achieving goals through righteous action and sheer force of will. There is no deceit or manipulation in Sowilo's light. It reveals everything as it truly is, burning away illusion and pretense. In magical practice, Sowilo was a rune of immense potency, used to catalyze success in any endeavor. A chieftain planning a raid or a legal case would invoke Sowilo not just for victory, but for the kind of victory that brought honor and strengthened his reputation, a win that was clear, undeniable, and bathed in the light of public approval. It was carved onto swords and spears, but not for stealth or cruelty. Instead, it was to ensure the warrior fought with the blinding speed and surety of a sunbeam, striking true and ending the conflict decisively. Beyond conflict, Sowilo's magic was deeply connected to health and vitality. Just as sunlight is essential for physical well-being, nourishing plants and lifting the human spirit, this rune was used in healing rituals to restore a person's inner fire, to combat the spiritual lethargy of depression, or to speed recovery from illness by flooding the body with visualized golden light. A healer might trace Sowilo over a patient's brow or heart, invoking the sun's energy to burn away sickness and recharge the body's own vital forces. Perhaps its most beautiful use, however, was as a tool for banishing inner darkness. For someone lost in confusion, doubt, or fear, meditating on Sowilo was a way to consciously call upon that inner sun. The ritual was an act of self-remembering, a declaration that at your core, you are not the temporary shadow, but the eternal light that casts it. By focusing on this rune, one could summon the confidence to step forward, the clarity to see the right path, and the sheer energy to walk it. It represents the spark of divine consciousness within every person, that indomitable will to thrive and succeed. To work with Sowilo is to align yourself with an unstoppable force of nature. It asks a powerful question: where in your life are you allowing shadows to linger, simply because you have forgotten how to turn your own face to the sun? This rune reminds us that success is not a lucky accident, but the natural state when we operate from our fullest, most authentic and radiant power, moving through the world with the certainty of daylight. Yet the radiant victory of Sowilo must be earned through principle, not seized through force, as is the rune of that sacred principle, a symbol shaped like a spear pointing skyward, an arrow aimed at truth. This is the mark of Tyr, the one-handed god, the divine patron of law, justice, and the solemn honor of the warrior. Its power is not in blind aggression, but in the conscious, often painful choice to uphold order over chaos, even at a terrible personal cost. The story of Tyr is the key to understanding this rune's profound depth. In the great myth, the gods needed to bind the monstrous wolf Fenrir, whose growth threatened all of creation. The wolf would only agree to be bound if one of the gods placed a hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith. Tyr, alone among them, stepped forward. He placed his right hand, his sword hand, into the wolf's jaws. When the binding held and Fenrir realized he was trapped, he bit down, severing Tyr's hand. The god sacrificed his personal power, his very ability to fight, to secure the safety of the cosmos. As is that sacrifice, it represents the moment when you willingly give up something of immense value, not for personal gain, but for a cause greater than yourself, for justice, for community, or for upholding a sacred oath. This rune governs the concept of the righteous cause. In the ancient North, a warrior was not simply a fighter, he was a legal entity, an upholder of the social order. Battle was not random violence, it was a form of legal arbitration, a way to settle disputes when words failed. As was the energy that sanctified such a conflict, ensuring it was fought for honor and justice, not for plunder or cruelty. To go to war under as sign was to fight with the moral certainty that your cause was right, that you were an instrument of cosmic order against chaos. This made the warrior's courage not a matter of brute fearlessness, but of focused conviction. In practical magic, as was invoked for victory in battle, but with a crucial caveat, the victory had to be just. A warrior would carve this rune on his sword's hilt or his shield's inner face, not to make him invincible, but to align his strength with Tyr's sense of justice, to ensure his skill was used in service of what was right. Its power was believed to guide the hand and sharpen the mind for strategic triumph, favoring the side with the honorable cause. But the battlefield, as governs, is far more than physical. It is the courtroom, the boardroom, any arena where a principled stand must be taken. This rune was, and is, a powerful ally in legal matters. Someone facing a trial or a difficult negotiation would meditate on as, or carve it on a piece of oak, calling for the proceedings to be fair, for the truth to be revealed, and for justice to prevail. It does not promise you will win regardless of your position. It promises that the right and lawful outcome will be reached. If your cause is just, as strengthens it. If your cause is flawed, this rune's energy may work against you, exposing dishonesty and ensuring consequences. On a personal level, too, as is the rune of leadership and integrity. It asks you to consider the sacrifices inherent in any position of responsibility. A true leader, like Tyr, must sometimes sacrifice personal comfort, popularity, or immediate advantage for the long-term good of the group they lead. This rune gives the courage to make those hard decisions, to stand alone if necessary, and to bear the cost of doing what is right. It is the inner compass that points unerringly toward duty and honor, even when that path is steep and lonely. To work with Thurisaz is to engage in a constant ethical audit. It poses a challenging question: where in your life are you being called to make a sacrifice for a higher principle? It may not be as dramatic as a hand, but perhaps it is your time, your pride, a comfortable illusion, or a desired outcome that would require you to compromise your values. This rune teaches that true victory is not measured by what you gain, but by what you are willing to give up to remain true to your own honor and to the greater order you serve. In the end, Thurisaz reminds us that the most powerful force in any conflict is not the sharpest sword, but the unwavering hand that offered itself to bind the wolf. The unwavering sacrifice of Thurisaz creates a space where new life can safely take root. This is the sacred domain of Berkano, a rune whose soft, rounded shape resembles a pregnant belly or the swelling buds of a birch tree in early spring. This symbol is the essence of the birch goddess, a figure often associated with Frigg, Odin's wife, and the protector of home and family, or Nauthiz, the earth mother who rides in a wagon to bless the land. Berkano is not a rune of force or conquest, but of gentle, persistent, and fiercely protective growth. It represents the fertile earth itself, the power of birth in all its forms, and the nurturing sanctuary of the family hearth. Where other runes forge, defend, or illuminate, Berkano creates the conditions for life to simply be, to unfold at its own natural pace, sheltered and fed. The birch tree is its perfect emblem. In northern forests, the birch is often the first tree to colonize burned or cleared land, its papery white bark acting as a protective skin, its delicate leaves bringing light to ravaged ground. It is a tree of beginnings, of healing, and of resilient, quiet regeneration. Berkano carries this entire spirit. Its energy is deeply feminine, not in a gendered sense, but as a fundamental principle of the universe, the receptive, generative force that takes the seed and coaxes it into a living being. This rune governs physical fertility and childbirth, of course. In ancient times, a woman hoping to conceive or seeking protection during pregnancy might wear an amulet carved with Berkano, often from birch wood itself. It was a prayer for a safe delivery and a healthy child, invoking the birch goddess's watchful maternal care. But its magic extends far beyond the physical. Berkano is the rune for any new beginning that requires tender nurture, starting a creative project, planting a garden, moving to a new home, or even the fragile first days of a relationship all fall under Berkano's gentle authority. It counsels patience and attentive care. You do not shout at a seedling to grow faster. You provide consistent water, light, and protection from harsh elements. Berkano asks you to apply that same principle to the new seeds in your own life. Are you giving your new idea the quiet time it needs to develop roots? Are you protecting a fledgling connection from unnecessary criticism or pressure? This rune is the antithesis of rushed, aggressive ambition. It is the magic of the slow, sure unfurling of a leaf. Its power is also profoundly healing, particularly for emotional wounds that require a mother's touch, for grief that feels raw, for a heart that has been hardened by disappointment, or for a sense of isolation. Berkano offers the energy of unconditional shelter. Meditating on this rune can feel like being wrapped in a soft white blanket of birch bark, a spiritual return to a safe and nurturing source. It encourages self-care that is not indulgent but essential, the kind of care that allows broken parts to knit back together in their own time. In rituals, Berkano was used to bless and protect the home. Carving it on the central hearthstone or above the main door was an act of inviting the birch goddess's presence into the household, ensuring it remained a place of warmth, growth, and safety for all within. It fostered harmony within the family unit, smoothing tensions and encouraging a spirit of mutual support and understanding. To work with Berkano is to connect with the most fundamental creative force there is, the force that says, from this empty space, something living will emerge. It asks a tender but potent question: what in your life or within yourself is in its earliest, most vulnerable stage of becoming, and how can you best create a sanctuary for its growth? The gentle nurture of Berkano prepares the ground for a different kind of bond, one built on motion and mutual reliance. As is the rune of the horse, a symbol not of wild power, but of cultivated trust and perfect partnership. Its shape mirrors the sleek, double-curved silhouette of a horse's back and neck, a creature whose very existence transformed human civilization. In the ancient North, the horse was far more than a beast of burden. It was a companion in travel, a partner in battle, and a living symbol of status and sacred connection. The bond between a rider and their horse is the purest model of Awaz. It is a relationship of absolute interdependence. The rider provides direction and care. The horse provides speed, strength, and sure-footedness. Neither can achieve the journey's goal alone. This rune, therefore, embodies the principle of teamwork in its highest form, movement achieved not by individual force, but through loyal, synchronized cooperation. Awaz represents any partnership where two entities function as one unified force, creating progress that is smoother, faster, and more harmonious than anything possible alone. This extends to romantic relationships, business alliances, deep friendships, and even the relationship between your body and your mind. where raidho was the path itself, as is the trusted vehicle you share with another to travel it. The energy of this rune is one of fluid motion and effortless progress. Think of a well-trained horse and rider navigating a difficult trail. There is no struggle, no fighting for control, only a continuous, graceful flow around obstacles, a dance of subtle cues and responses. Wes brings this quality to endeavors. It smooths out friction, resolves petty disagreements, and aligns rhythms so that work feels less like labor and more like a shared journey. In magical practice, Wes was a vital charm for travelers, but with a specific focus. While raidho blessed the journey's rightness, Wes ensured the vehicle and its occupants worked in perfect harmony. It was carved onto chariots, saddles, and ships' oars, not just for physical safety, but to foster unity among the crew or travel companions, to prevent strife on a long voyage, and to ensure everyone pulled together in the same direction. Its power was also invoked for successful relocation or major life changes undertaken with a partner, moving a household, starting a family business, or emigrating to a new land. These are profound shifts that can strain even the strongest bonds. Was served as a ritual focus to harmonize the transition, to help both parties adjust their pace to match the other, and to remember they were a team facing the new horizon together, not isolated individuals. In matters of the heart, Wes is a powerful rune for healing and strengthening relationships. It does not represent the fiery passion of a new romance, but the deep, steady trust of a partnership that has learned to move through the world as one. For a couple feeling disconnected or out of sync, meditating on Wes together can be a way to symbolically relearn that harmony. It asks each person to consider their role in the partnership. Are you providing clear and kind direction, or are you a supportive and responsive force? Are you pulling against each other or moving forward with a shared gait? This rune can also be used to attract a true partner, someone with whom you can build a life of coordinated purpose, not just fleeting emotion. The wisdom of Wes lies in its reminder that trust is the foundation of all movement. You cannot ride a horse if you are constantly afraid it will throw you, and the horse cannot carry you if it fears your whip. The partnership must be built on mutual respect and a shared goal. This rune cautions against relationships of domination or passive dependence, where one entity carries all the weight or is dragged along without consent. True Wes energy is a balanced dialogue, a give and take that creates a third, more powerful entity, the partnership itself. So when you face a challenge that requires a partner, or when an existing alliance feels strained, the ancient symbol of the horse poses a thoughtful question. Is this a relationship built on the kind of trust that allows for graceful forward motion, or is it time to either rebuild that trust or find a new companion for the journey ahead? A partnership's true strength is measured by the awareness of those within it. Kenaz is the rune of that awareness, a symbol shaped like two interlocking human figures, or perhaps a person standing with arms outstretched, connected to another. This is the rune of humankind itself, representing not just the individual self, but the entire intricate web of human intelligence, memory, and social order. Where A was is the trust between two, Manas is the understanding that binds a community. Its power lies in consciousness, that unique human ability to reflect, to remember the past, and to envision a future shaped by collective action. This rune asks the most profound question of all: who are you in relation to yourself and to the world around you? Manas governs the mind in its highest function, not raw instinct but reasoned thought, wisdom gained from experience, and the capacity for empathy. In the ancient North, survival depended utterly on the clan, the tribe, the carefully maintained balance of rights and duties. A person was not an isolated unit, they were a node in a living network. Manas is the rune of that network. It reminds us that our humanity is defined through relationship, through our roles as family members, neighbors, craftspeople, and citizens. To know yourself in this system was to understand your place within this greater whole, your duties to others and their duties to you. This made man as a crucial rune for social harmony and legal wisdom. In practical magic, Manas was invoked for clarity of thought and self-improvement. Someone facing a difficult decision that required deep introspection might carve this rune on a piece of clear quartz or birch bark, using it as a focus to quiet the ego and access their higher intelligence. It was a tool for mastering a complex skill, not just the hands-on craft, but the theoretical understanding behind it. A student of law or history would call upon Manas to sharpen memory and discernment, to see the patterns in human behavior that lead to justice or conflict. Its energy was also sought to enhance social intelligence. Before an important meeting, a negotiation, or a community gathering, one might meditate on Manas to foster empathy and clear communication. The goal was not manipulation, but mutual understanding, to see the situation from the other's perspective and find the common ground that benefits the entire group. This rune was believed to smooth over misunderstandings and illuminate the motivations of others, making it easier to navigate the delicate fabric of social life. In rituals, it could be used to heal rifts within a family or tribe by helping each member remember their interconnectedness and shared history. But Manas has a dual aspect, beautifully captured in its interlocking shape. It balances the self and the collective. The first duty of Manas is self-knowledge, to look inward with honesty and cultivate your unique gifts and talents. You must know your own mind, your strengths and your flaws, for you cannot contribute authentically to a community if you are a mystery to yourself. The second duty is to then turn that awareness outward, to recognize the same humanity in others, to see their intelligence, their struggles, and their inherent worth. This is the rune that dissolves the illusion of separation. It teaches that your well-being is inextricably linked to the well-being of your neighbor. A society where individuals only seek personal gain without regard for the collective is a society that has forgotten manners. Conversely, a collective that crushes individuality and demands blind conformity has also lost its way. The true magic of this rune is in finding that dynamic balance, where a strong, self-aware individual chooses to contribute their unique light to the shared hearth. To work with manas is to engage in a lifelong study of what it means to be human. It poses a gentle but persistent inquiry. How well do you truly know yourself, your patterns, your dreams, your shadows? And how does that self, once understood, choose to engage with the vast, interconnected family of humanity? But the conscious mind of manas is only the surface of a much deeper current. Hagalaz is the rune of that hidden tide, its shape a fluid, undulating line that could be a rolling wave, a winding river, or the mysterious, reflective surface of a still lake. This symbol embodies water in all its forms, the primal element of intuition, dreams, and the unconscious flow that carries us through life. Where other runes speak of action, logic, or structure, Hagalaz whispers of surrender to a deeper knowing, to the rhythms that cannot be controlled, only navigated. Its name means water or sometimes lake, and it connects directly to the vast unseen realms within and around us. Water has no shape of its own, yet it wears down stone, carves canyons, and gives life to everything it touches. It is the element of adaptability, of feeling, and of profound, often mysterious, healing. Hagalaz is the rune that asks you to stop fighting the current and learn to swim with it, to trust the pull of your own deepest instincts. This rune governs the intuitive mind, that part of us that knows without knowing how it knows. It is the gut feeling that warns you away from a certain path, the sudden creative idea that arrives in the shower, the dream that offers a startlingly clear answer to a waking problem. In a world that prized the warrior and the law speaker, Hagalaz honored the seeress, the poet, and the healer, those who worked with the subtle, fluid energies beyond the rational. In magic, Hagalaz was a primary tool for enhancing psychic abilities and opening the channels of perception. A vulva preparing for a trance journey might trace Hagalaz in the air with a staff dipped in dew, or drink from a cup of water that had been charged under the moonlight with this rune's symbol. The ritual was an act of becoming like water, of allowing the boundaries of the everyday self to soften and merge with the wider stream of knowledge that flows through all things. It was used for scrying, gazing into a still pool or a bowl of dark water marked with Hagalaz, allowing the conscious mind to drift so that images and insights from the unconscious could rise to the surface like reflections. For those seeking to understand their dreams, keeping a piece of jet or blue lace agate carved with Hagalaz under the pillow was believed to invite clearer, more meaningful visions and to improve recall upon waking. But the power of Hagalaz extends far beyond prophecy. It is one of the most potent runes for emotional and spiritual healing. Water cleanses. It washes away dirt, purifies wounds, and carries debris out to sea. Hagalaz's energy works in the same way on the inner landscape. For grief that feels like a stagnant pond, for fear that has frozen into a block of ice, or for anger that burns like a toxic brine, Hagalaz offers the gentle, persistent flow of release. A simple ritual might involve writing a sorrow or a worry on a leaf and setting it adrift on a moving stream, visualizing Hagalaz's current carrying that burden away from the heart and transforming it. This rune teaches that emotions are not problems to be solved, but energies to be felt and allowed to move through us, like water through a channel. When we dam them up, they grow foul and oppressive. When we let them flow, they eventually find their way to a greater sea of peace. Furthermore, Hagalaz is the essential rune for navigating periods of profound uncertainty. Life is not a straight road. It is a winding river with hidden currents, unexpected bends, and periods of calm pools. When you cannot see what lies around the next bend, logic and planning may fail you. This is when you must rely on your inner compass, your intuitive sense of the current. Hagalaz advises a shift in strategy, from forceful paddling against the stream to a more receptive state. It is about reading the water, noticing the subtle signs, the feeling in the air, the behavior of birds on the bank, and trusting that your inner sense will guide your hand on the rudder. A traveler lost in fog might invoke Hagalaz, not for a map, but for the instinct to feel which direction held the scent of the sea or the sound of a distant waterfall. In our lives, this translates to trusting a career move that feels right even if the logic is unclear, or ending a relationship because the emotional current has simply stopped flowing, despite all surface appearances. Finally, Hagalaz is the rune of creative and spiritual depth. It connects you to the collective unconscious, that vast shared reservoir of human experience, myth, and archetype that fuels all true art and spiritual insight. When a writer taps into a story that seems to write itself, when a musician finds a melody that feels ancient and new at once, they are swimming in the waters of Hagalaz. To consciously work with this rune is to dive below the choppy surface of daily thoughts and access the serene, powerful depths where true inspiration lives. It asks for quiet, for reflection, for time spent near actual water, and for the courage to explore the sometimes shadowy realms of your own inner world. The lesson of Hagalaz is one of profound trust. It reminds us that we are not separate drops, but part of a great flowing whole. To resist this flow is to experience life as a constant, exhausting struggle. To align with it is to discover a guidance more ancient and wise than any map, a healing more gentle than any medicine, and a creativity as boundless as the sea itself. The flowing depths of Hagalaz nurture a different kind of potential, one that gathers its power in stillness, Ingwaz is the rune of that concentrated potential, a symbol that stands apart from the flowing lines and sharp angles of its kin. Its shape is a simple square or a diamond, a closed container that holds energy within, much like a seed pod holding the blueprint of a mighty tree. This is the rune of the earth god Ing, another name for Freyr, the lord of sunshine, rain, and bountiful harvests. Where his sister Freyja governs the wild, untamed aspects of fertility, Freyr, and by extension Ingwaz, represents fertility that is cultivated, purposeful, and deeply rooted in the stability of the homeland. This rune does not speak of explosive growth or outward journeys. Its power is the power of the seed, a complete but dormant potential waiting for the right conditions to sprout. Ingwaz is the rune of internal growth, of gestation, and of the quiet masculine force that builds foundations and brings plans to fruition from the inside out. The square is its perfect emblem. It is a boundary, a defined and secure space. Think of a farmer's enclosed field, a walled garden, or the four posts of a home. This rune is about creating that kind of sacred, bounded space within your own life, a protected inner environment where your ideas, projects, and personal evolution can develop without being exposed to harsh external elements or premature demands. Its energy is one of profound focus and patience. When you have a vision, a goal, or a creative spark, the initial impulse might be to shout it from the rooftops or to force it into being through sheer will. Ingwaz counsels the opposite. It advises you to do what the farmer does with his best seed, to take it into the barn, to store it in a dry, safe place, and to let it rest. This is the period of internal development where all the work happens beneath the surface. You research, you plan, you build your skills, you gather your resources, you cultivate the soil of your own mind and spirit. This rune is invoked when you need to turn your energy inward, to consolidate your strength, and to allow something to mature in its own time. In magical practice, Ingwaz was a powerful tool for bringing long-term plans to fruition. A craftsman beginning a complex piece, like a ship or a tapestry, might carve Ingwaz onto his workbench or his tools. This was not a spell for speed, but for sustained focus and integrity, ensuring that every hidden joint, every unseen stitch was done with care, building toward a final result that was as solid and complete as the rune's square. For someone working on a book, a business plan, or any project that required a long gestation period, keeping an Ingwaz symbol in their workspace served as a reminder to protect the project's early, vulnerable stages from outside criticism or their own impatience. Its connection to Freyr also ties it deeply to the peace and stability of the homeland. This is not just a physical territory, but your internal homeland, your sense of self, your core values, your private life. Ingwaz is the rune for cultivating peace within that personal space. In times of external chaos or emotional turmoil, meditating on Ingwaz is like mentally drawing a square around yourself. You visualize its lines creating a quiet, stable chamber in your mind, a sanctuary where you can retreat to find your center, to remember your own potential, and to simply be without the pressure to produce or perform. It is a rune of self-containment and inner security. Historically, it might have been used in rituals to hallow a new home or to bless a piece of land intended for settlement, asking Ing Freyr to fill that bounded space with fertile, peaceful energy where a family and a community could safely grow. The profound wisdom of Ingwaz is that not all growth is visible. The most important work often happens in the dark, in the silent incubation of the seed. This rune challenges our culture's obsession with constant, visible productivity. It asks you to honor the fallow periods, the planning stages, the times of gathering strength that have no obvious outward result. It reassures you that this inward focus is not wasted time. It is the essential process of becoming, to force a seed to sprout before its time is to kill it. To honor its period of rest is to guarantee a healthy, resilient plant. So when you feel scattered, when your energy is being pulled in too many directions, or when a dream feels fragile and unformed, Ingwaz offers its simple, solid shape. It poses a gentle question: where in your life do you need to build a protected inner garden, to take your most promising seed and give it the quiet, dark, and patient space it requires to truly root? The quiet incubation of Ingwaz's seed finally cracks open to a blinding new light. Dagaz is that sudden, brilliant dawn, a rune whose shape is a breathtakingly simple yet profound symbol of balance and breakthrough. Picture an hourglass on its side, or two triangles meeting point to form a perfect diamond. This is the rune of day, of dawn, and of the moment when a long night of struggle or confusion ends in an instant of total transformative clarity. Its power is not gradual, but revelatory. It is the flash of insight that rewrites everything you thought you knew, the unexpected opportunity that shatters old limitations, and the personal awakening that feels like the sun rising for the first time inside your own mind. Where other runes may guide you along a path or help you endure a season, Dagaz represents the arrival at a new plane of existence altogether. It is the rune of the paradigm shift. Its unique shape tells the whole story. The two halves are mirror images representing the polarities of existence, day and night, conscious and unconscious, self and other. But in Dagaz, these opposites do not fight for dominance. They meet perfectly at a central point, merging to create a new, unified whole. This rune teaches that true transformation does not come from destroying one side, but from integrating both, finding the point of balance where light and dark inform each other, creating a state of wholeness far greater than the sum of its parts. The dawn itself is this magic in action. It is not day violently conquering night, but a beautiful, seamless transition where the last star fades in the same sky that grows pink with the new sun. Dagaz is that transitional moment made permanent, a state of being where you hold the wisdom of the darkness while walking fully in the light. In magical practice, Dagaz was considered one of the most potent and positive runes, a symbol of hope and guaranteed positive change. It was used specifically to initiate major life transitions that required a complete shift in perspective. Someone trapped in a career, relationship, or belief system that felt like a perpetual night might invoke Dagaz. The ritual was not about forcing external change through effort, but about inviting the internal dawn, the breakthrough in awareness that would make the external changes not only possible but inevitable. A rune master might carve Dagaz on a yellow or gold candle and light it at sunrise, visualizing its light dissolving the shadows of an old, limiting pattern and illuminating a new path forward with crystal clarity. This rune is also deeply connected to enlightenment and spiritual awakening. It is the aha moment on a cosmic scale, the sudden understanding of a universal truth that reorders your entire perception of reality. In meditation, focusing on Dagaz's balanced form can help quiet the internal chatter of duality, the constant mental battle between right and wrong, desire and aversion, hope and fear. It guides the mind toward that still central point where opposites dissolve, and you experience a moment of pure, non-dual awareness, a personal dawn of consciousness. Furthermore, Dagaz is a powerful tool for finding balance in times of chaos or extreme polarity. When you feel torn between two choices, pulled between duty and desire, or swinging between emotional highs and lows, Dagaz offers its geometry as a template. It asks you to look for the synthesis, the third option that honors both sides of the conflict. Perhaps the choice isn't between a stressful job and poverty, but about discovering a third path of meaningful work you hadn't considered. Maybe the tension between your need for independence and your desire for connection can be resolved not by sacrificing one, but by building a relationship that fosters both. Dagaz teaches that breakthrough often lies not in picking a side, but in transcending the dichotomy entirely. In practical terms, one might draw or visualize Dagaz over a situation that feels stuck in opposition, inviting a sudden flash of understanding that reveals the hidden middle way. Its energy is profoundly hopeful, but this is not a passive hope. It is the certain knowledge that no night, no matter how long or dark, lasts forever. The dawn is an astronomical certainty. Dagaz applies that certainty to the human spirit. It assures you that a period of confusion, illness, or stagnation is not your permanent state. It is merely the night before your personal daybreak. Your task is not to curse the darkness, but to watch for the first light and to have the courage to step forward when it appears. This rune often appears in readings at the cusp of a tremendous positive shift, signaling that the struggle is nearly over and a new illuminated chapter is beginning. To work with Dagaz is to cultivate an expectant heart. It asks a thrilling question: where in your life are you on the verge of a dawn so complete it will make sense of the entire long night that came before. That final, brilliant dawn of Dagaz illuminates the ground beneath your feet, ground that has been held for generations. This is the sacred domain of Othala, the final rune of the Elder Futhark, whose shape resembles a house with a peaked roof, or perhaps a plot of land marked by protective fences. Its name translates to ancestral property or heritage, and it represents the most profound and tangible inheritance of all, the land of your forebears. But Othala's meaning runs far deeper than mere real estate. It is the rune of spiritual homeland, the invisible landscape of tradition, values, and ancestral memory that shapes who you are. Where Ingwaz was the enclosed personal garden, Othala is the family estate, the territory held in trust, passed down not just through blood, but through story, custom, and a shared sense of belonging. This rune connects you to your roots in the most literal and spiritual sense, to the soil from which your family tree grows, and to the deep well of wisdom held by those who came before you. In the ancient north, a family's land, its odal, was inalienable. It could not be sold outside the family, only passed to the next generation. This was not about wealth, but about identity. Your place in the world, your legal standing, and your connection to the gods of your hearth were all tied to this ancestral ground. To be cut off from it was to become a rootless wanderer, a person without a place in the cosmic order. Othala safeguards this sacred connection. It represents everything that is rightfully and innately yours, not by conquest, but by birthright and destiny. This includes your inherent talents, the peculiar strengths and quirks of your lineage, and the cultural traditions that feel like home to your soul. In magical practice, Othala was a powerful force for protection and blessing of the homestead. Carving this rune on the main doorpost, on the central hearthstone, or on the boundary markers of a property was an act of consecration. It invoked the spirits of the ancestors to watch over the land and those who dwelt upon it, ensuring fertility, safety, and continuity. It was a declaration that this space was under the guardianship of an unbroken line, a place where the past and present lived together. But Othala's magic extends beyond physical walls. It is the primary rune for connecting with your ancestors in a meaningful way. This was not about mere genealogy, but about active communion. A family might gather at a burial mound or a sacred stone on their land, making offerings and speaking the names of the departed, using Othala as a focal point to open the channel between the worlds. They sought not just remembrance, but counsel, asking for the accumulated wisdom of the line to guide them in current challenges. In this way, Othala represents the ancestral memory that lives within you, the instincts, talents, and even the unresolved lessons that are your inheritance. Working with Othala asks you to take a conscious inventory of this spiritual legacy. What gifts have been passed down to you? Perhaps it's a knack for working with your hands, a resilient spirit in the face of hardship, a talent for storytelling, or a deep connection to nature. These are your birthright, the tools your lineage offers you, but Athala also asks you to acknowledge the burdens, the patterns of fear, conflict, or limitation that may also run in the family story. This rune teaches that a true heir does not blindly accept everything from the past, but thoughtfully sifts the inheritance, honoring the gold and having the courage to heal the old wounds. It is about becoming a good steward of your spiritual estate. On a cultural level, Athala connects you to the broader traditions, myths, and languages that formed your people. It is the rune of the folk soul, the collective heritage that provides a sense of place and meaning in a vast, often impersonal world. In a modern context where many feel disconnected from their roots, Athala offers a way back. It might involve learning the old stories of your heritage, preparing traditional foods, observing seasonal festivals, or simply learning the names and stories of your own grandparents and great-grandparents. This is not about exclusivity or nationalism, but about depth. Athala suggests that to know where you are going, you must understand where you come from, that your personal journey is also a continuation of a much older story. The profound lesson of this final rune is one of grateful responsibility. You did not create yourself from nothing. You are the living result of countless choices, sacrifices, loves, and struggles. Athala asks you to acknowledge that debt, not with guilt, but with honor, by living a life that would make your ancestors proud, by tending the spiritual land they have entrusted to you, and by preparing to pass it on, enriched to those who will come after. It poses a quiet, grounding question when you listen within. What does the voice of your inheritance tell you about who you are meant to be? These 24 symbols are a language, but to hear them speak, you must learn the art of the cast. Runecasting is the sacred conversation, the moment you ask a question of the universe and let the runes arrange themselves into an answer. It begins not with your hands, but with your mind, in the quiet space of a focused question. This is not a parlor game or a way to demand yes or no from fate. The most powerful questions are open, seeking understanding rather than a simple prediction. Instead of asking, "Will I get the job?" you might ask, "What do I need to understand about my current career path?" This frames the inquiry as a request for wisdom, inviting the runes to illuminate your situation from a higher perspective. Once your question is clear in your heart, the ritual turns to the physical act of drawing the runes. There are many methods, each with its own rhythm and depth. The simplest is the single rune draw. You reach into your bag of runestones, your mind quiet and your question held gently, and you draw just one. This is not a minor reading. In that moment, that single rune contains the entire essence of the answer, a concentrated burst of guidance for your day or a direct response to a specific focused query. It is the universe pointing a single, unwavering finger at the core issue. Perhaps you draw Raidho, the rune of the journey. The message is not about a physical trip, but a reminder that you are in motion, that progress is being made even if you cannot see it, and to trust the path you are on. The single rune is a meditation, a mirror held up to your current state of being. For a deeper narrative, the 3-rune spread is a timeless and profoundly insightful method. You draw 3 runes and lay them in a row from right to left. The first rune on the right represents the past influence or the root of the situation. The middle rune speaks to the present challenge or core energy. The final rune on the left indicates the future direction or likely outcome if the current path continues. This spread weaves a story. Imagine a reading about a strained relationship. The past position reveals Gebo, the gift, indicating the partnership began with a beautiful, balanced exchange of energy. The present shows Issa, the ice, a clear symbol of communication frozen solid, of emotional stasis. The future offers Lagaz, the flowing water, suggesting that by allowing emotions to move, by engaging intuition rather than logic, the frozen state can thaw and the relationship can find a new, fluid harmony. The 3 runes do not operate in isolation. They converse with each other, the past explaining the present shaping the future. For the most complex inquiries, there is the traditional method of casting the runes onto a cloth. This is less about predetermined positions and more about reading a living landscape. You hold all the runes in your hands, focus on your question, and then scatter them gently onto a white cloth or a soft hide. The runes that land face up are active and speaking directly to the situation. Those that land face down are silent, their influences hidden or not yet active. You then read the constellation. Runes that cluster together influence each other, their meanings blending. A rune that lands far apart stands alone, a singular, potent point. One that rests directly in the center of the cloth is the heart of the matter. This method requires intuition, a willingness to see patterns and relationships emerge organically, like stars forming a constellation in the night sky. In every method, the randomness of the draw is sacred. You do not hunt for a specific stone. Your fingers must fall where they will. This surrender is an act of trust, an acknowledgement that the wisdom you need may not be the wisdom you want. The clatter of the stones, the feel of the wood or stone in your hand, these sensory details are part of the ritual, grounding the spiritual in the physical. When the runes are cast, you are not reading a fixed meaning from a dictionary. You are interpreting a story they are telling together, guided by their individual natures, their positions, and your own inner knowing, awakened by the quiet focus of the question. The true magic of runecasting lies in this collaborative dance between the ancient symbols and the seeking heart. A single rune holds power, but when 2 or more are woven together, their magic multiplies. This ancient art of combination is known as the bindrune, a custom symbol created by merging the shapes of individual runes into a new unified design. Think of it not as stacking letters, but as composing a chord in music, where separate notes blend to create a richer, more complex harmony with a singular purpose. A bindrune was a focused spell made permanent, a way to concentrate multiple streams of energy into a single mark for protection, love, success, or healing. These symbols were carved onto weapons, etched into jewelry, and hidden on the beams of homes, acting as a continuous, silent invocation of their combined power. Crafting an effective bindrune is a deliberate process guided by three sacred principles. First is intent. You must know with absolute clarity what you wish to achieve. A bindrune for safeguarding a journey is fundamentally different from one for attracting prosperity, and the runes you choose will reflect that. The intent is the compass that guides your entire design. Second is compatibility. Not all runes work together seamlessly. Their energies must be in alignment, supporting the same goal. Combining Fehu, the rune of mobile wealth, with raidho, the rune of the journey, makes perfect sense for a merchant seeking profit on the road. But pairing Thurisaz, the reactive force of the thorn, with Wunjo, the rune of harmonious joy, could create a chaotic and conflicting energy, as the thorn's defensive aggression might shatter the very peace you seek. The runes must be chosen as partners, their meanings weaving together into a coherent story. The third principle is aesthetic balance. The bindrune must become a single, cohesive symbol. This is where the art meets the magic. The lines of the individual runes are overlapped, shared, or interlocked until they form a new, elegant shape that feels complete and stable. A well-made bindrune is pleasing to the eye, its components flowing into one another so that it is difficult to see where one rune ends and the next begins. This visual unity is not just decorative, it is symbolic of the unified energy field the bindrune is meant to create. The act of carefully drawing or carving this balanced form is itself a meditation, a way of physically weaving your intention into reality. Consider a powerful historical example, the combination of alges and soilho. Alges is the protective shield, the raised hand of the guardian. Soilho is the radiant sun, the energy of total victory and wholeness. When these two runes are merged, their magic creates a formidable talisman for protective success. It does not just defend passively, it surrounds you with a brilliant, active energy that wards off harm while simultaneously illuminating your path to achievement. A warrior might carve this bindrune on his shield, invoking not just a barrier, but the certainty that his cause would be seen, honored, and brought to a victorious conclusion under the clear light of day. In a modern context, such a symbol could be drawn on a notebook before an important job interview or a court appearance, serving as a focus for confident, protected self-expression. For a different kind of magic, envision Berkana and Ingwaz woven together, Berkana is the birch goddess, the force of gentle, nurturing growth and new beginnings. Ingwaz is the seed, the enclosed potential waiting in its secure square container. A bindrune of these two energies is a spell for fertile growth in its most patient and grounded form. It is the perfect symbol for a family hoping to conceive a child, for a gardener blessing a new plot of land, or for an artist beginning a long-term creative project that needs a safe, nourishing environment to develop. It says, "Let this new life be protected, let it be fed, and let it emerge in its own perfect time from the dark, fertile soil of preparation." The use of bindrunes today continues this ancient tradition of personal empowerment. You might inscribe one on the back of a treasured photograph to strengthen a family bond, using Gebo and Wunjo for joyful partnership. You could etch a discreet bindrune of raidho and ansuz onto a travel bag, seeking clear communication and a righteous path on a journey. The key is to approach their creation with respect and thoughtful focus. A bindrune is a contract with the energies you invoke, a permanent fixture in your world. By understanding the language of the individual runes and learning to weave them together with clear intent, you move from reading the symbols to writing with them, composing your own unique sigils of meaning and power on the parchment of your life. The power to carve a bindrune or cast the stones carries a weight far greater than simple wish fulfillment. In the world of the Norse, every action, every whispered word, and every symbol carved vibrated through a vast and living web known as weird. This is not a simplistic idea of predestined fate, but of a cosmic tapestry constantly being woven. Your every choice adds a new thread, changing the pattern in ways seen and unseen. To work with the runes is to reach directly into this weaving, to pull on specific threads with intention. That act is never neutral, and it comes with an immense ethical responsibility for the runecaster. The old stories are filled with warnings, magic used for manipulation, for twisting another's free will, or for causing harm was not just frowned upon, it was believed to create a terrible backlash. This is because runes do not create energy from nothing. They work with the energies already present in the world and within you. When you invoke a rune like Thurisaz, the thorn, to defend your home, you are aligning with a protective, reactive force. But if you direct that same rune towards someone out of petty anger or jealousy, you are not launching a weapon from a safe distance. You are connecting your own spirit to a current of chaotic, destructive energy, and that connection runs both ways. The story of the rune master who cursed a rival only to find his own crops wither and his family fall ill is a common motif. This was not seen as punishment from capricious gods, but as the natural consequence of the energy he himself had set into motion, now flowing back through the web of weird to its source. The runes themselves are not good or evil, they are forces of nature, as impersonal as lightning or a tidal wave. The morality lies entirely in the hands and the heart of the one who uses them. To invoke Fehu, the rune of wealth with a mindset of greedy hoarding is to misunderstand its nature as a flowing energy and invite stagnation or loss. To use Issa, the ice, not for a necessary pause, but to permanently freeze another person's progress, is to risk that same absolute stasis freezing your own heart and life. The ethics of rune casting begin with clear and honest intent. You must look inward and ask, why do I seek this? Is it for protection, for healing, for clarity in my own path? Or is it born from fear, envy, or a desire to control what is not mine to control? The runes have a way of revealing the truth of your intentions, often by manifesting results that reflect your inner state, not your outer words. This leads to the second principle, respect. The runes are a sacred language won through Odin's sacrifice. To use them carelessly as a party trick or without proper focus is to disrespect that legacy and the profound forces they represent. This respect extends to the process itself, taking the time to learn, to meditate, to prepare your space and your mind before a casting. It means accepting the answers the runes give, even when they are not the answers you wanted, for they often show you what you need rather than what you desire. Finally, there is the understanding of working with energy, not commanding it. A master sailor does not command the wind. They learn to read it, respect its power, and adjust their sails to move with it. So it is with the runes. You are not a dictator issuing orders to the universe. You are a participant seeking to align your small craft with the greater currents of Weird. When you cast the runes for guidance, you are asking for a map of those currents, not demanding the sea become calm. When you carve a bindrune, you are crafting a specific sail to catch a specific wind, but you cannot control the storm. This humility is your greatest protection. It reminds you that you are part of the web, not its master, and that every thread you pull tightens or loosens the connections around you. So before you ever pick up a runestone, ask yourself this: are you prepared to accept the weave of consequences your own hands have begun to pattern? This ancient wisdom, carved in stark lines and whispered through time, offers far more than a historical curiosity. Our journey through the 24 keys of the Elder Futhark reveals a complete system for engaging with the world, a language where every symbol is a conversation with the forces of nature, the psyche, and fate itself. We have seen how they are not mere letters, but vessels of primal energy, from the fertile spark of Fehu to the ancestral grounding of Othala. They teach us that magic is not about escaping reality, but about deepening our dialogue with it, using these symbols to focus intention, seek clarity, and navigate the great web of Weird with awareness and respect. Divination with the runes becomes a mirror, reflecting not a fixed future, but the hidden currents of the present, allowing us to steer our choices with greater wisdom. Ultimately, this path is one of profound self-discovery. Each rune poses a question about our own nature, our struggles, and our potential, inviting us to find the Uruz strength within, the Berkano nurture we can offer, and the Dagaz breakthrough we are capable of achieving. The true magic of the runes is that their secrets are not locked in the past. They are a living tradition, a set of tools as relevant now as they were 1,000 winters ago. In our modern world of constant noise and distraction, they offer a way to reconnect with quieter, deeper rhythms, the patient cycle of Jera, the intuitive flow of Lagaz, the protective focus of Algiz. You can carry this wisdom forward. Start by simply contemplating a single rune each day, asking what its energy might reveal about your current journey. You might keep a runestone in your pocket as a touchstone for a quality you wish to cultivate, or draw a simple bindrune in your planner as a focus for a personal goal. Let them be a bridge connecting the timeless questions of the human spirit with the unique challenges of your own life. I would love to hear how these ancient symbols speak to you. Have you felt a particular resonance with one of the runes we explored? Perhaps you have tried a casting or created a bindrune of your own. Share your experiences, your questions, or your own insights in the comments below. Let us continue this exploration together, keeping the old whispers alive in new ways. For the runes remind us that we are all storytellers, and with these ancient keys in hand, we can learn to read and perhaps even rewrite the most important story of all, our own.